In English, that means host Eric. And I'm the host of the Spanish language edition of Talking with Sensual. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos a este. What's Sunday in Spanish? I know Sábado is Saturday. Let's pretend Saturday. Bienvenidos a Sábado Gigante. Y me llamo es Puesto Enrico. Tengo muy chupacabras. You might ask yourself, what are you doing, Eric? Are you live streaming on a Sunday? I mean, I thought it was the Sabbath. Shouldn't you rest? Well, factually, I do find this somewhat restful. Or at least not exhausting, I guess. So, how about you? Were you today mogging or moded? Now, I never really heard anybody use the term moded except for a couple of people from my friend group back, like maybe when I was in my 20s or 30s or something. People used to say moded, scratch your neck, which means, you just got mogged, basically. Mogging is a new term, and using the two terms, one who is mogged gets moded. Good morning for day. For day? Good morning for day? Good morning or day. I'm going to say it's morning still. Yes, it is. A little before noon. Mog mode. Right, Alex T. Is anybody else familiar with the term moded? Moded, or the expression moded, scratch your neck? I don't think I've ever heard anybody except a couple of my friends using it back in the day. What's mogging? It's a new term. I learned it recently too. Apparently it means basically like schooling somebody or showing them up, making them look bad by being so much better at what they're doing than the person that they're doing it in front of or something. To the best of my knowledge, that's what mogging means. But I was struck by the thought this morning of moded scratch your neck, and I wondered, is that actually an expression that anybody other than me and a couple of friends used briefly for a time? And I didn't make it up. I remember. I know who told me about it. This lady Liz, who's Corey's wife. She's the one, or maybe it was. What was her name? Is her name Rachel too? I think maybe her name was Rachel, but I mogged C.S. Joseph multiple times. I got a strike for bullying him, actually. Bullying somebody doesn't count as mogging them, though. And I deserved that strike. It was uncivil language. But of course, if I'm going to get a strike for calling him a coward and stuff, then he obviously had to complain about it and turn me in. What a shitbag. Sometimes people mog by doing nothing in particular. You can mog by just walking in a room? Really? How do you mog by just walking in a room? I don't understand. Because you walk so well? In case you'd forgotten, today's Sunday. And in case you'd further forgotten, this Sunday, not last Sunday, but this Sunday, is trash day. We've got some chores we have to do today. 100% have to, namely take the trash cans out. I think I'll do this task one trash can at a time. Take one up, do something else, take another one up later. outshining, dominating, looking significantly better than others in terms of presence. So it's your aura doing the work. Would you say that you in a clash with PRXO come off as a bully? Who's PRXO? I don't know who that is. Is that the person who did that channel that I had policed last night? I actually think I was incredibly nice. Oh, I have no idea who PRXO is. I don't remember that. And the thing is, I was actually a lot nicer with that video last night than I intended to be. I cut off the end part by accident somehow. In the end part that I accidentally cut off, I talk about how, nobody can. I made an apology to him. Okay, well, obviously, I got out of hand in some way. It does happen. I do apologize when I fuck up. I don't have any problem with that. That's not a challenge for me. If I fuck up, you will get an apology probably before you even call me on it. But right. So in the end part that didn't make it into that video, I explained how it's not possible to meaningfully type people using just your intuition, because obviously, even if your intuition is fantastic, if somebody else says their intuition is also fantastic and you disagree with them, there's no way to know who to prefer, right? You can't replicate any of the tests, etc. And then I put them both in. I put the channel in type police jail, but that part got cut off. I mean, I obviously accidentally deleted that part when I was putting together the thing. We smoking today? Yeah, it's a day, isn't it? It was just an accident. I thought it was all there, but I guess I must have like somehow, right before I finished like encoding the video, I must have deleted somehow the second to last clip. The last clip was there because that it had an end song, right? I have no idea how that happened, but somehow I did that. Just turn it around. My intuition kicks the ass, kicks the shit out of everyone else's intuition. Seriously, bro, it's almost like GTFO. Well, good for you. Unfortunately, for people to type with, their intuition requires the person being typed to trust that person's intuition, because they're not going to get any kinds of reasons that they can check. And that guy on that channel, whatever he was saying at the end there, was just pure gobbledygook as far as I could tell. I do think they probably got that guy's quadra right, but obviously nobody can know anything from the answers to those kinds of questions. It's so much more revelatory about the person typing than the person being typed. I took one trash can up to the street already. Wow, we are off to a great start today. My intuition could mog someone else's. Well, I think I've got good intuition, but I know from a lot of experience that it's not adequate for me to type anybody. Why don't you open the blinds, let some lights in? You mean the shutters? You've mistaken my shutters for blinds, ma'am. But I will open them anyway. I would like to get some light in here. I do tend to have, like, I have got anytime I'm sitting in here, I got these 3 floor lights on because I like it pretty bright. R.I.P. Phil Campbell of Aerosmith. Rest in peace, Phil Campbell. On the plus side, I guess there won't be any more Aerosmith concerts. That's a good suggestion there, Shannon. I'm glad I've opened the blinds, the shutters. Now you got me calling them blinds. Wow. You've infected my brain with a wrong name for those. No, he said he was a meta thinker. What I think he meant to say was that he did meta analysis. Because everybody who's not retarded has to some extent has metacognition, which is just thinking about thinking. And as I indicated there, if he was doing meta thought about, if somebody asked him a question, I do meta thought. So when somebody asks me a question, I critique the question, not I address what's being asked, you know? That's what meta means. So in the last sense, I did a meta-analysis just to demonstrate how meta works in another context. If you're doing meta-analysis of like studies and stuff, you're doing an analysis of all the different studies studying the same thing, rather than studying the thing directly, right? Plantation shutter. They are plantation shutters because this is a plantation, and the reason I'm able to do all this is because of all the slave labor I enjoy. How do you train your intuition? I mean, I don't think it's possible to train your intuition, nor is it advisable. Like, if your intuition is weak, you're better served to defer to people whose intuition is strong where intuition is necessary. And if your intuition is strong, well, it's likely if it's up at the top that it's gonna be running amok. Like especially if you're an NI dom. They're shutters, they fit inside the frame and are flush with the wall. Well, Shannon, it looks like you just got mogged by Alec. So, NI DOMs may have the best NI compared against any other type, but they're also prone to intuiting things that should be evaluated by experiential knowing. Me, I'm NI ignoring, so in that regard, my NI causes many fewer problems for me than it would for an NI DOM. In contrast, my NE causes more problems for me. And instead of me introvertedly intuiting when I should introvertedly sense, I extrovertedly intuit when I should extrovertedly sense. What SE polars should do if they don't want to be in financial problems? Get a job, bro. Get a job. It's that simple. Or begin a life of crime. Well, I mean, I could open the shutters all the way. But the thing is, this room doesn't need more light because it's the TV room. So the reason I don't normally ever have those shutters open is because they reflect on the TV. I don't care when I'm live streaming because I'm just looking at the chat. You can see the reflection right there, right? That's also the reason why I don't have that lamp in that corner turned on. because it also reflects off the TV. What INFPs? What job INTPs? I mean, any job that'll pay you money will address the financial concerns, but as far as jobs that are good for those types, well, I mean, obviously, INTPs are good at analysis. They're what you might call, they're a member of the four types that are quote unquote meta analysts, which is my distinction that I make to just categorize them into different quadrants basically arbitrarily. It's not a meaningful distinction like, say, the distinction between a knowing function and a deliberation function. The distinction between a meta-analyst and an analyst is just meta-analysts have both the first two functions, communicative. Analysts have the first one, communicative, the second, experiential. You have a lamp on during the day, you must be loaded. I mean, these lamps don't use that much electricity. Our electricity bills aren't very high. And I do a pretty diligent job of going around and turning off lights when I'm not using them. Turning off electrical stuff all the time when I'm not using it. But when I am in this room, I like to have these three lamps on. For the reason I already articulated, I don't like it too dark in here. And no, I'm not loaded. We try to be as frugal as possible. Spend as little money as possible. You're like Asmongold in 30 years. I'm not sure I know who Asmongold is, but I think the name sounds familiar. I guess he's a YouTuber. Maybe I recognize him if I Google it. Oh yeah, I know who that guy is. Never watched any of his videos, but I recognize his face. I'm rolling a joint now. I'm gonna smoke a bowl. Well, the next video I plan to do is the one Winston's mom shared with me the other day, which is a video by somebody who purports to be an INFJ about how to beat ENTPs in debate. Of course, my first comment on that is, look, everyone, just about any type, but not absolutely any type, but most types who've actually debated in competition debate and had a good coach who trained them how to do things well, will whip the ass of any ENTP or INTP who's not done debate because they don't have the skills. It's a highly specialized field. So much so that in debate, we call people who aren't debaters the laity. Sometimes you get around and you tell your kid, oh, looks like you got a lay judge, which means they don't know anything. They're trying to evaluate it on some criteria other than the ones they should. I have two cats. That's right. I've got Capillo and Treble. I thought you were looking at Treble. I didn't realize Capillo was right there. Capillo is the good cat. She's the sweetheart. Super sweet kitty. And Treble is a little bit more of a handful. He's territorial. He's an ex-tomcat, wild feral tomcat who animal control snipped his balls, and then all of a sudden he became interested in being a member of our family. And we said, go away, we don't want you. But he won that battle. We love him now, but he's still a bad kitty. It's like everything that a cat could do or be that makes having a cat like more difficult than it should be, that's him. I never gave him catnip, no. He sheds so much that there's cat hair everywhere, and it's all his and none hers. And he insists on me watching him eat, and he'll meow at me in the most loudest meows in history. And then I have to watch him eat. I think my cats are communists. They always expect free food and keep talking about Mao. That's fantastic. You know what I absolutely loved was that in the stream last night, well, he's incredibly well loved. I'm just saying, normally you get a cat, they're pretty independent, they're clean, you know, they're not a lot of, they're not nearly the amount of kind of custodial responsibility that a dog is. The cats go in and out by themselves, and you don't have to have a new leash or take them on walks, etc. Well, that cat over there is so much more like a dog. He's he's super demanding. He also has AIDS. Alan's snack bar, take beer. So timeout 5587. Okay. My female cat is the maddest pet I've had, and I've had 2 dogs and 3 cats. She was rescued, so maybe that's what explains that. If someone would ask, or asked if someone really asked her that, Delilah, what your job is, from 2016, when you, as far as I could tell, became a typology, what her answer would be: debate coach. She actually competed for me when she was in middle school and in high school a little bit, but you know, the thing is, I could not get her to apply herself to the craft. It's much more difficult trying to coach your own kid than it is other people's kids. Or at least was for me. I don't think anybody would ever say to me that um, my job is a typologist. Am I high? Not yet, but I'm getting there. We'll work on it. We'll work on it together, Shannon. What high means? It means experiencing the effects of an intoxicant. So anyway, one thing I just loved that happened, I think it's so hilarious and so classic ENFP that I'm going to go over it again, even though I did last night. Last night in a stream, I covered a song by this brilliant songwriter and also incredibly ridiculous communist guy, uh, Billy Bragg. Billy Bragg wrote such songs as There's Power in a Union, The Great Leap Forward, which is about being communist stuff, and and he covered the Internationale, which is like the historic theme song of communism. And then when I covered one of his songs called Must I Paint You a Picture in the stream, playing it on the guitar and singing it, guess what I found in my email after that stream was over? Billy Bragg had copyright claimed me so he could take the revenue from the video. And he, apparently, from all I can tell, is totally unaware of what a huge hypocrite he is. I obviously don't care if somebody copyright claims me when I cover their songs or play their songs because it's their intellectual property and that's appropriate. But that's for sane people, right? Who don't advocate in favor of communism. I don't like to hold in my bong rips. I'm not a big believer in that. I think your lungs get the THC out of it pretty quick. You don't really need to hold it in. Man, I'd rather take 3 bong rips and blow them all out fast than 1 bong rip and hold it the whole time. I've got plenty of weeds, so it doesn't matter. If I was like on Chinty weed supply, maybe I would do that. Okay, I think we can say the day has officially begun now. Since people don't really use that passive voice present tense very often. The day is begun. That's correct, but people are much more likely to say the day has begun, which is actually not correct. Because the full sentence would be the day is begun by God. You could say has been done by has been begun by God as well, or by nature, or whatever you want to attribute the the beginning of the day to. The day has the day is begun by the sun, perhaps. Oh, that you do. You got plenty that you do. I got things that I do, yeah. I've got things that I'm going to do today, including I've got 3 more trash cans that need to go up to the street. I've got 1 up there already, 3 more to go. After your hiatus from smoking pot, did you feel the buzz? Yeah, generally speaking, yeah, I got lots and lots of cannabis. I had a bumper crop last year. Such a bumper crop that I still have, I would say, at least a year's worth of weed here. It's hard to say exactly how long it'll take us to go through all of this, but like I come in here and get a new jar, a new bag, not that often, and we've got all these jars. This is just a couple scraps, but the rest of these middle ones are empty, I guess. Oh, this one's got a few. That's confusing. Like it has a few empty jars in front and then full jars behind. Let me put these into one that has jars with weed in it, and then I'll put these empty ones in the garage or in a different thing here. So that goes like so. So that one's not all the way full. Some of those jars aren't full, but I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 of the big jars left. I've got 16 small jars. A few of them aren't full all the way. And then I've got a bunch of these size bags. And up at the top, I got like unmanicured stuff that's just basically, I stripped it off the branches but didn't manicure it. So that's a lot of weed. I'm not sure how long it will take me to smoke all that weed. Because based on the rate at which I'm going through it, I'm going to say a super long time. It's also the case that I've given away a couple of jars of weed. I think 3 of them. One to Jared yesterday. He came over and asked me if he could get me for some weed. Oh, is Rachel awake? Oh, I should have had this door closed. Normally, I always close the door before when I get up so that the sound doesn't bother Rachel or for whatever it is I'm doing. I guess either I forgot to do that or I didn't quite close it all the way and a cat was inside and pushed her way out, which is possible. Or it's even possible that Rachel opened the door, let the cat out, and left it open. Any of those is a possibility. Because it would be very unusual for me to forget to close that door. So I'm thinking it probably wasn't me forgetting to close it. That's a bumper crop, yeah. Well, sure, yeah. He came over to kind of hit you up for a little bit of weed. You know, I got a bunch of it, so I just gave him a jar. Sure, why not? I'm gonna plan again this year. I'll have another harbor. She's an ENFP for sure. She's not an ESFP. She's definitely an ENFP. If I at some point, I think I did at some point think she might be an SFP. She's definitely not. She's definitely an ENFP. Um, well, one thing that really drove home how obvious it was at Friendsgiving or Friendsmas, I'm not sure which holiday it was. We went over there, me, Rachel, Jared, Jared's sister, and Kay. Jared's sister is an ESFP. And I had originally typed K as ENFP and never thought about it again, but Rachel kind of made me doubt that because she pointed out how, I guess, how much doing they do, which is say they go and play music all the time, and she loves to dance and stuff. But the fact is, the reason I typed her ENFP in the first place was I listened to her lyrics for a song she wrote. No ENFP would ever or could ever write lyrics like that. She's too she's too facile with language. And but anyway, Jared's sister versus Kay. The which one was the ESFP and which one was the ENFP was blazingly, unavoidably obvious. This is also a similar experience is why I eventually realized back in the day that oh my daughter's not an ENTP, she's an ESTP. And what caused me to realize that? Meeting Becky and talking to Becky, who definitely is an ENTP. And I was just like, okay, it's obvious now. Because I hadn't really met a chick ENTP prior to that. Doesn't the whole area smell like weed where you grow? It doesn't really smell, actually. People overstate that smell. It doesn't smell enough to get to the street anyway. And nobody can even see it. It just so happens that the one place I have to plant, which is right here, it gets sun and is flat, is also like completely hidden from the world. But even if somebody did see it, it doesn't matter. It's legal. And I live in a neighborhood where people wouldn't steal my weed. If they wanted some, they could just come ask me for some. Happy to give it to them. So I'm not worried about it. Do you think that good part of ESTPs can seem like higher FE than ENTPs FE? Well, Delilah certainly has better FE than I do, or at least she's less likely to enter into clash with somebody than I am. A lot less likely. But she's got her capacity for clash as well. She's not a pushover by any means. Um, but I'm not sure if that's because she's an ESTP or a girl. And I think in general, how third slot FE plays is going to be very dependent on particularist influences. So FE third prioritizes FE as an absolute value in certain ways, but certain environments punish FE certain kinds of FE failures and reward certain kinds of FE successes more or less than other kinds of stimuli, right? Other environments would. And I think that a person's FE, if it's in the third slot anyway, how it like what basic principles it operates on links somewhat to where it's learned over time that FE boundaries lie. And it learns most and most lastingly about such things in childhood. So even if the environment changes, you know, like if you're a Japanese person with FE third, you're not you're very unlikely to manifest like me because I grew up in an individualist country with parents who were also fundamentally individualists in their understanding of things. And I benefited from my mom's FE tool kind of anti-cringe thing, but I didn't benefit from something comparable that would say be anti-clash. And I say I benefited from it in part because, although I now understand the whole thing slightly differently, I had this friend, which wasn't really my friend, but my parents were friends with the Mabrys. They had a daughter the same age as me named Jenny. And um, so I spent time with Jenny and Peggy periodically, frequently enough during childhood. Either when we went over there for a party, they came over to our house for a party, or like my mom would leave me with Peggy and Jenny to be babysat or something. Anyway, Peggy, she like provided FE rewards for jokes regardless of whether they were good or bad. And that bothered me as a kid. And I blamed it for why Jenny made bad jokes. Because my mom, I could trust my mom's response. You know, like if I made a good joke, she'd laugh. If I made a bad joke, she wouldn't. And Rachel's the same way. I can trust Rachel's response. But now I understand also that Jenny was an ENFP and is an ENFP. I actually talked to her during her adult. Her name's Monson now or something like that. Her last name. She's got multiple kids, lives in a big house in Virginia or something like that. Pennsylvania, maybe. Yeah, it's Pennsylvania. So, why was Jenny's FE bad regarding jokes and stuff back in childhood? Well, maybe partially because of her mom's ill advised and, in my opinion, damaging habit of laugh dishonesty. But I also think it's simply because Jenny had countervalued FE. So, could be a combination of both those things. Regardless, you can tell how I was and thought the same as a kid, right? Like it really bothered me that Peggy, she not only laughed, gave the FE laugh reward regardless. Her her laugh was very convincing. Sounded like a very real laugh, and that bothered me a lot. I didn't think that she should do that. Um, Also, got to experience something that most people never get to experience. So, in early childhood, when I was in preschool or what have you, I don't remember, yeah, it was preschool or what have you. It was during preschool. And we were driving home, Chad, the neighbor across the street, who's an ESTJ boy, little boy, and he and I went to preschool together. We were the same age. We were driving home in the back of the Volkswagen bus my parents used to have. And it must have been near Christmas time. I was singing some Christmas song. And he started singing a different song over me so that I couldn't sing the song I was singing. So I picked up a rock. It was in the back of the van that we collected when we went to the beach or something. And I hit him over the head with it. And that's called like frame defense, fundamental frame defense. Don't prevent me from talking or singing. Take your turn, right? As an NE Dom, it was absolutely appalling and abhorrent that you would dare think of ever dreaming of doing such a thing. I don't regret it at all because at that moment when I was, say, 4 years old or whatever. That's the last time I ever got the better of an ESTJ or ever will. And finally, an ESTJ got exactly what they fucking deserved. Sorry, ESTJ. I mean, and it still makes me absolutely fucking livid to this day. When I was at some panel discussion one time, I stopped in, you know, actually stopped in there. It was kind of like empty to the live stream. I was just kind of chatting with the lady who runs it, and she was really cool. And she and I had a lot of stuff in common. Um, I was singing Punk Rock Girl at the time. It was in my head or something, and she had, and then like she had just played it or something, uh, because she was not necessarily being super smart about copyright, I guess. So anyway, she and I had similar taste in music. If it were, we have really similar taste in music if it were 30 years ago. So like from when I was 24, that the music I liked then, she liked that music and was engaging in it now, right? So there was some interesting things going on. But then this guy came in, and I tried to correct him about something because he said something wrong about exigent circumstances. I explained to him, actually, what that means is that if the cops do have exigent circumstances, the evidence they acquire is admissible. And and he was like, just kind of like, no, blah, 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 blah. So I said, no, listen. And every time I tried to explain it, he just talked over me, so I couldn't say anything. It made me insanely, unspeakably angry. I was shaking. I was so mad. It was like the worst thing that happened to me in, I don't know, years. That guy did not explain things well or at all, in fact. I couldn't even tell what type they had typed in. Well, it wasn't my panel discussion. And also, my point is not that doing that to somebody is inherently so incredibly bad. My point is that this is cognitive functions playing out just as anybody would expect. People get very frustrated when other people inhibit the use of their dominant and or tool function. So I get very frustrated when TI polar people inhibit my ability to explain things by refusing to treat words as like constrained information carrying objects, but instead treat them um, like ways to express yourself that aren't subject to critique. I get incredibly frustrated, and or I just continue banging my head against the wall trying to explain it in different ways because of my frame projection. I'm assuming the basic problem here. I continue assuming this no matter how much evidence to the contrary I have. The basic problem here is I'm not explaining it well enough, or I haven't explained it in enough different ways. So if you can conceive of a situation where, like let's say in high school, where this kind of thing might be more likely to happen, where one student's walking like this down the hallway, and some like bullyish kid or whatever comes in, keeps getting in their way and won't let him continue on. Don't bump into me. What are you doing? And of course, like that would drive an SE person crazy, presumably. An SE down would find that just like, okay, I have to punch you in the face now. Presumably, if there's equivalency here, that's the equivalent thing. And another equivalent thing is back when I was in middle school, some kid was trying to bully me. He kept every time I come to my locker after class, he'd like be in front of me, like, "What? No, I'm not moving. You can't. Not my problem." One day, I got very mad at him for it, and instead of trying to tell him to get out of the way, I just reached right out and grabbed him by the throat and started choking him as hard as I could. And he was like, and like he was not bigger than me or anything. He was actually a year younger and smaller than me. But then a teacher came over and made me stop. Who knows? Probably would have killed him. Probably not. It was certainly incredibly satisfying for me. The most violent exchange I ever had was as an adult, though. Um, this guy, Steve, I had driven over to Corey and Liz's house, and this guy, Steve, was there, who I knew. It was this chick, Laura's boyfriend, um, off and on boyfriend. Anyway, he came up to the window of my car, which was open all the way, and so I'm like, "Hey, Steve," and he fucking socked me right in the face, and he just continued trying like pummeling me through the open window, until finally I got the car door open, was able to get out. In which case, he continued pummeling me until I passed out, until he knocked me out, and I woke up in the street lying on my back, looking up at the stars. And then I stood up and I saw him inside Corey and Lou's house, so I ran in there like a free safety and tackled him, and his head pushed into the drywall. And we wrestled around until eventually he got up and went and locked himself in his girlfriend's car. I guess he thought I was having sex with his girlfriend or encouraging her to do drugs or something. No, I was just buying speed from her. And then we hung out, and when we did, but there was nothing happening. I never even considered anything like that. I was just, as now, I was much more interested in drugs than sex. Well, Victor, I tell you what we're gonna do. It was Victoria. I can't really see. I think you have my glasses. Me and having the things I need to live when I do things. Ridiculous. The other thing is, I had a history with Steve from the basketball court. We had never gotten into an actual physical fight, but we had lots of instances of beef when playing pickup basketball. We played the same court. I never liked him. He was always a dick. He actually broke my nose a little bit. It was a little bit of different shape to it than I had before. I don't care about that. But anyway, he hit me for something I didn't even do. Wasn't even, something that never even crossed my mind. It was not remotely considering. Eventually, I actually did sleep with her. A lot, somewhat, not that much later, but maybe like a year later or something. Um, they were broken up at the time, and then he like called me and was like, "Oh, you guys tell me what happened to you?" I was all like weepy and stuff. I was like, "Bro, just chill out. You guys were not together. She was single." But I mean, not when he hit me. He could hit me for punitive reasons, presumably if I had slept with his girlfriend. I hadn't, and never did. They were not together when I slept with her. Okay, so what I hear is that the other end is smaller. Somebody told me that the other end is smaller, so that maybe I could fit it through one way even if I can't fit it through the other way. Let's see if that's correct. If that's correct, then we can begin to make a little progress here. Omga! I cannot believe I didn't try this yesterday. I just tried the other end. And I was like, it doesn't fit through. I didn't realize the ends were different sizes. That's crazy. So I just have to go. Well, let's see. How am I going to feed this through there? I don't really have a good plan for that. I'm going to need to think about this a little bit. I've got a good idea, though, which I'll share with you in a moment. I'll just share it with you now. My good idea is because the tube's already there. It's already like under the ground, under the grass. Oh, this is so tangled. Why are you so tangled? Because you didn't roll me up properly when you put me away. Why didn't I? What was wrong with me? God damn it. I'll put it like a round thing, or even it doesn't have to be round, just to be small enough to go down the tube by virtue of gravity, small enough and heavy enough to do that. And then I'll tie a string to it. And then when the string gets to the other end, I'll tie the string to the top of this and then pull this up to the top of the string. Isn't that a good idea? I don't remember who it was who told me that, but somebody yesterday told me, oh, the male end is smaller than the female end. How do they even know that? How is it that they know that? Who would know that? I guess it makes sense, actually. Because actually, the thing I said about it yesterday, that the reason it's that size is because they want the two sides to fit together perfectly. That might actually, no, I know that it's smaller, and that's why it fits. I get that. I'm not completely retarded, but what I'm saying is, who would know that that is a general rule? Because whoever has cause to like feed an extension cord through a tube like I'm doing? You give the success of this project 50% of best? I mean, the success of this project is already guaranteed because I have everything I need now. I have a plug that fits through the tube. I've got the right size tube for the pump, and I've got the pump. Yeah, no, I saw it. It's been recommended to me. I plan on watching it. I'm planning on watching it mostly because I'm interested to see how he deals with a helicopter crash. He always does planes. I need to put on my boots, obviously, because I can't try to do all this stuff in my flip-flops. It would be ill-advised. I want to sweep here too today. Or push, more accurately. I want to use the flat pusher to push all those things. It's the fastest way to do it. I've watched Cameron do it before. So I even have the tube already attached to the pump. The only kind of laborious part of this is I need to dig another trench and put another tube, not a trench, I mean, it's a little scoop down, and put another metal tube to feed the plastic water tube through. How long is the tube? Long enough to reach the ground. I'm not exactly sure. It's about the right length for that little stretch of hill there. And that's just incidental. No, maybe actually I cut the tube. I remember now. I'm not sure if I've cut that one, the other one yet. I may need to cut that. So if I need to cut that, no problem. I've got an angle grinder. Go through here. Like that. Here's the thing about these shoes. If you don't tie them a certain way, they will come untied. And the way you have to tie them, you put it through these things, and then you have to put it through this as well. And then tie it. If you don't do that, they will come untied. It's also good to double knot them, but I don't know why they're designed like that. Okay. Often enough, obviously, I don't do this, and then invariably they come untied. But today I'm going to be smart about it because I'll be on the hill and stuff. I don't want them to come untied. Well, I never want them to come untied, but sometimes I'm less concerned about it than others. You can tie my shoes, tie my shoes. Have your foot on the ground when tying? Why? I got my feet on the ground, my head in the clouds. The fish flying in the Caribbean, yeah. And they told me where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where? Pixies are a band that has some amazing tracks. And also, they're a band that's not on my playlist, you know? Which, in some sense, kind of qualifies them for one of those most overrated bands things. But I think that's incorrect in the case of the Pixies. Okay, well, actually, you know what? I've got a good idea. Instead of putting the extension cord in the tube that's already in the ground, put the plastic tube through that one and put the extension cord in the other tube. That's so smart. That's even better than my other idea. So I think for the extension cord tube, let's see. put it right here. That would be fine. All right, fine. So I'll put, oh right, I don't need that much extension cord down there because the black cord will come some stretch of distance as well. So maybe let's do like that instead. Okay, well let's put the plastic tube through first, and then set up the pump, turn it on, get it running, and then figure out we can then see how the extension cord lies. I'll get it lined up so it goes where it's supposed to go without being visible until it gets over there. And then we can know better where to put the tube, etc. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need is the pump with the plastic tube. I couldn't remember how much to get. I hope I got enough. I'm sorry, Squirrely Joe. I forgot to get cutlass yesterday at the store, so I have nothing to give you today. Okay, we're going to have to feed this plastic tube up through this other tube. Well, okay, here's one way it could fail, is that this pump is not, oh, look at all those mosquito larvae in there. That's why I need to get this running. Is that this pump does not pump adequate water, but still, I'll let it roll with a little bit of flow. This needs to go. Yeah, I'll put this on after. Take it off of this for now. All right, now you know what? Let me drain this first. But heck, how you gonna drain it? You don't got no sump. Well, magic of siphoning. Alright, this tube's not long enough to siphon with. God damn it. TE, get out of here. Okay. Now, watch and see the magic of siphoning. Take that, mosquito larva. See, the water's going right down. Right down the old tube. Victor and Clan. If you're actually serious about that, then let's have a video conference, because I do have people from the channel visit and stuff. I don't know if I could be willing to wait until you got here in theory. It wasn't super long time to start the pump up. There are a lot of mosquito larvae in here. Good riddance. Well, looks like must have it on top messages. I do. Okay, let's look at the mosquitoes. When I was a little kid, I told my mom one time, Mom, there's little fish out here. She said, those are mosquito larvae. It's a lovely day. The computer says it's going to be a record high today. We're going to just auto vacuum away all these mosquito larvae. Thanks to the magic of suctioning. Isn't suctioning cool? How if you've got a pool of water here, you put the end of some hose down below it, and it'll just endlessly flow if you suck on it. That's so cool. It's a better way to empty this than any other alternative. Requires no electricity, no tool, just a tube. Like if you imagine somebody with a large pool of water and some spot reasonably nearby that's lower than the lowest spot of the pool, and you were asked somebody who doesn't know about suctioning, you have one of two tools to choose from to empty this pool. You can either have this bucket or this tube. You go, well, if you don't know about suctioning, you'd be like, well, how's that tube gonna help me? And you'd pick the bucket, but you'd be wrong, because if you pick the tube, you would have to do nothing but go like this, and then wait for it to drain by itself. Of course, my dad taught me about that, because my dad was big on, like, now, son, there may come an occasion where you need to, like, get gas from one car to put into another. If you need to do that, this is how you do it, and here's the conditions under which it works. The thing above has to be higher, blah, 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 The kind of thing you'd expect a TE down to tell its kid. Well, send me an email with a day and time you want to talk. We'll talk over the phone, and I'll verify with my eyes and intuition that you're a nice, normal person, not a psycho killer or what have you. And then we could schedule a time for you to come out. We do enjoy having visitors. It's not super uncommon. It's been uncommon up since we moved here. When I lived in Laverne, we hosted a lot of people from the channel. I need to put rocks all around this. I'm an Easter Island stone. I think what the person means is in terms of my rugged stone-like visage. Visage me this, visager. I'll give you a message from my visage. Screw you! People almost never refer to their own face as a visage. Somebody's doing some loud work. I don't like it when that happens. Makes the outside all noisy. We're draining, never complaining. Wait, wait. So it looks like I'm gonna need. Where is that tube? Oh, that tube just comes out right there. So I'm gonna need like an extension tube from here to here. I'm gonna need an extension tube. Whoa, I'm gonna need an extension tube. Whoa. Okay. It's gonna be a little while till that finishes draining. I don't know. People come and go for like a. Sometimes people return after several years being away. Oh my God, you're still streaming it. Do you remember me? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Obviously, I should drain this pool too, because it's also got mosquito larvae in it. I wish the frogs would just come here and eat them. They're like, no, we don't like your concrete monstrosity. Fair enough, frogs, fair enough. So while we're waiting for that to drain, there's something else we could do out here. Okay. He oversees a subset of UNICEF that is devoted towards the interests of disaffected intuitives in second world countries. Oh God. Oh fucking God. Oh. I have so had it with this shit. I'm inclined to actually try to find a setting that I could turn off or something. Just, will you not fucking do this? When you go to sleep, I do not want you to play music. The thing is, I don't even think I have the remote control for this. Although, I think I do have a Vizio remote control. I don't know. I'm not going to mess with that now. I'm not going to get sidetracked, okay? It's not time to get sidetracked. You. Just, Vizio, please. Vizio, please. And I'm going to turn off the TV. She's sleeping. She took Adderall yesterday, so she stayed up all night. She normally stays up all night anyway, but she's very much, her sleep schedule is sleep all day, stay up all night. She generally tends to get up early afternoon, I guess, but today I'm hoping actually that she'll stay in bed till like 5 or 6, because when she doesn't get a good sleep after Adderall, she has bad dopamine crashes, worse than mine. So, okay. So what I want to do now is turn the compost and try to dig up this trench here some, because what I got in the car are 4 bags of steer manure to condition the soil for this year's planting. What if the fart candle blows up? Now, is the candle made of farts, or does it just smell like farts? Just in case anybody's wondering what that yellow thing is, explain it. Underneath there's this like sprinkler, or I don't know, some kind of water thing that sticks up that I used to trip over all the time. So I put that yellow thing on top of it. It's bright and bigger, so I see it and don't step on it, trip on it. This thing. Yeah, we're great. Why wouldn't it be? And you can see here a lot of little roots from last year's plants. That's fine, that kind of will make something of a mulch, but obviously the soil needs to be improved significantly. So one of the phenomena that occur when I'm in the bottle lateral is that I'll tend to feel unusually winded unusually quickly, especially if I have a sleep deficit. But I've also noticed that I acclimate quickly when I actually do aerobic work like I'm doing now. It takes me like one time to get super exhausted and go, and then the next time it's not that bad. So we're going to make a stab at that in a second. I'm going to move this barbecue right now to here. Okay. Rachel's not here in the stream. I just told you that she's sleeping. But yes, we're both fine. There's nothing wrong at all. So anyway, regarding my fitness, This is important for me to do stuff like this. All right, put the cigarette down there. Don't stick. Oh. Whew. Okay. Okay. Well, disgusting cat shit. This is why I still have a litter box. Because it's better if the cat shit in the yard less. Still happens. They use the yard probably more than they use the cat box, but I'm not going to plant quite as many plants this year. I'm going to plant them a little further apart. Okay. All right. We good to go for that. Now, I actually just want to water this dirt and the compost pile. We will have to turn this again when we put in the mulch, but I'm thinking I'll do that tomorrow or something after it dries out. I'm getting it wet, of course, because for whatever extent I can, although it's probably too late really, but I want to get a little more kind of composting action, mulching action naturally happens than would happen were the dirt dry. This will also help kind of just spread the dirt around evenly, I guess. Okay. Feel like I'm a little kid making mud pies. Put the rocks out. All right, it's wet enough. All right. There we go. That's what I call wetting the compost. Oh, let me just put a little bit more effort into washing my hands. I forgot I grabbed that cat shit at one point. Obviously, when I go inside, I'll wash them with soap, but all right, let's take a break and look at the chat. Called wetting the compost, flushing the toilet. All right, let's go look at our siphon. See how we're doing with it. Oh no. Okay, I think it still has some siphon power left within its heart. Put this rock on it. Well, I need to put this in at the bottom, so it does appear to still be searching. So I got here in time. All right. I saved the day. I was going at a good pace. Let me scoop this water out here. Well, there's a little bit left. I'm not exactly sure how to get that last little bit. Speed this along a little bit. I guess I could try to get like something better to scoop with. All right. I agree with you. That is a dumb thing to scoop with. Let's get this. This should be a good scooper. Let's start up here. And then we'll scoop our way to victory. I guess I'll put it over on the dirt, the water. This way, the area will get nice and wet, nice and deep. So when I do mix in the steer manure and plant plants in there, it probably won't stay wet that long. Actually, I can just dump it outside of the hill. No. Don't worry. That's not enough water to grow all the way down. It's not going to just That, I'm not just gonna have to scoop it out again. I don't know how to get this much water out. I mean, that's a good candidate for siphoning, obviously. So is this other one. I don't need nearly as long a tube to siphon. Okay. Let's see if I can siphon this one with this tube. It is pretty short, but I think it might work. It does work. So that'll help. Put this rock on that. Okay. It's siphoning. Use another rock for this end here. Make sure it's at the bottom. Whew. Okay. Now let's get this little bucket. We're going to scoop some water too to help this hurry along. If that one's siphoning out down there, I can hear it. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I got a little distracted down there. Okay, this is draining. Woo. Woo. All right, pretty good. No. All right. I guess I'll just use my hands to scoop that out. All right, good enough. I don't need to get every last drop out of there. Whew. Let's drink some water and relax for a second. Woo-wee. Well, I got into it today, didn't I? Feels good to get some exercise. Okay, well, conviction and correctness have nothing to do with each other. People are convinced of wrong things all the time, authentically. If we could use conviction as a calculus for correctness, then self blowing up terrorists would be the most right of all. Look how convinced they are. Okay, I need a lighter of some kind. I think I might actually throw this cigarette out and wash my hands with soap and no cigarette because my fingers might still have essence of cat poop on them. Whew. I mean, it's also the case, of course, that where I am correct, I am convinced that I am. But unlike people with conviction in the colloquial sense, I'm subject to changing my position predicated on any better arguments. See, with conviction, the implication of that usually is that they're going to persevere in its advocacy regardless of what comes. That's just connotation, obviously, but I think to the extent that one can tell conviction in tone or emotions, it's using it in the colloquial sense, so that would be appropriate. Well. What an exciting adventure this morning's been. Lighter is what I need. Wee-hoo. I would gather it does not deter fanatics to pursue correctness, Eric, by the way. Well, I mean, correctness is exclusive of a certain level of fanaticism. So, one way to be correct is to note, one thing that is correct is the notation that totalizing any frame of reference turns it into an ideology, which, if implemented, leads to totalitarianism. Obviously, that's what totalizing does. So, like, some people call me, or think I'm a libertarian, but I'm not, because I don't believe in the predominance of a single frame regarding public policy. It's the trickiest thing to be correct in practice at, right? Politics. Because let's say I were to become president, there might be instances where I'd have to make a decision that qualifies as unprincipled or illegitimate, and it might be because too many elements are set up already by forces I'm not in control of, had nothing to do with, and I'm left with a couple of bad choices. And being a pragmatic when necessary principled person, that means, in some sense, I'm violating the fundamental core principle of principlism, which is use the same metrics and criteria for the same kinds of things in every situation. Process integrity, right? But reality would require a president to sometimes, perhaps, do things that either don't qualify as legitimate or subvert legitimacy in some way. Like, a president has tough choices, for example, in terms of transparency. By and large, it's good for the public to have transparent access to the public's business. And yet, it would be foolhardy and naive to suggest that the nation's interests aren't sometimes served by secrecy. After all, we have interested opponents actively trying to undermine the cornerstones of our free and civil society. And, sometimes you have to be an asshole to stop the dicks from fucking the pussies, right? As they say in Or maybe it's the other way around. So no, that wouldn't make sense. It has to be that way. Or it could be no. Sometimes you have to be a dick to stop the assholes from fucking pussies. That doesn't make sense. That must be the way I said. So, I'd be correctly subject to critique for not actually being principled. To be principled means not to apply the principles when you feel like it and not apply it when you don't. It means to apply them when you don't want to do it. That's what being principled is. So one could correctly critique me if I were a sitting president actually doing things for for instances of obvious or for behaving in ways contrary to everything I would say. And I'd say, well, that's because I'm actually being president in the real world now and having to make some tough decisions. But you'll note that by and large, all my policies follow all the principles that I've always articulated. And then if you got down to the brass tacks of, was it still not being principled because you're not planning consistently, I'd say, you win the point, but compare me against any alternative and you'll see I'm preferable. Yes, of course, I've thought out all the arguments for all those contingencies. And I know exactly where I lose. And sure, it might be the case that there's nobody with enough voice for me to hear that would actually successfully make the argument that would defeat that, but nevertheless, I'd make it myself so that I'd rather ambush myself than get ambushed every time. If I were president and doing press conferences, I'd explain everything, obviously. All the justifications, the arguments for, arguments against, the strong ones that might conceivably be pertinent, and why this is the correct position, etc. Like a president should. I mean, I don't think Victor is horse mumbler. He's passive aggressive. Well, I haven't really noticed it. This is a typology channel, but we're not talking about typology right now. Oh yeah, it's probably a witness. Yeah, I thought that as soon as he asked if we were okay, I thought, oh, it's probably a witness. But then I put the ball in his court. I thought the same thing. I've struggled with a lot of things my whole life. What is your point? Um, well, I think what my point was that when you asked if we were okay, Rachel and I okay, and I said, yeah, of course, why wouldn't it be? And then you asked, is Eric okay? Are you okay? Is Rachel okay? Separately again, I concluded, oh, you're probably a witness. You might not be, in which case, uh, I either misread that thing as being intending to be what you call concern trolling, perhaps, and it certainly, as far as I can tell, you haven't said anything besides that would be indicative of anything at all, but I haven't been that engaged in the chat. Regardless, the long and short of it is people here suspect you of being somebody that's been banned multiple times. If you are him, well, you got caught as soon as you asked if we were okay. I just figured you'd dig your own grave in full at some point. But if not, then we were wrong. Our bad. That's not Horse Mumbler. I can guarantee you that. I've hung out with Horse Mumbler before. Horse Mumbler used to be very active in the channel. I went to his house. We went to the Museum of Miniatures in Arizona and I talked to him on the phone, and for a little while I was tripping. The biggest problem there was that I was tripping. I was telling him I don't want to talk to him right then, but he ignored me over and over and over again. I don't know what was going on with him that day. I've not in, I've not dealt with him when he's been like that before, really. So, and I kind of feel bad about the way it all played out, but I kind of don't because I informed him right away and many times I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to have this conversation. I'm on mushrooms, etc. And he just ignored me. So how bad could I feel, really? He probably didn't even know it was Valentine's Day. If I didn't have a wife, I would never know when it's Valentine's Day. What was Horseman arguing about? Well, he came in and he wanted to share. He shared a link with me, and I clicked it, and it was about something about geologic time layers and stuff. I was like, uh oh, here it comes. I said to him, look, Horseman, I am not going to argue with you about evolution. I know that's what this is. You're trying to set the groundwork to make some arguments. In fact, he says something like that. I'm just setting the groundwork for what I'm going to say after. I informed him no in certain terms. I did not want to argue with him about that. I was on mushrooms. Anyway, I spent the whole mushroom trip dealing with him. Dealt with him mostly. Rachel talked with him on the phone for a long time. And the whole thing was very unfortunate. You know, I don't want to see anybody in distress or suffering. But it's best when people don't ignore my words. When I say I don't want to talk about it, then I don't want to talk about it. If I especially repeat it over and over again, trying to make it abundantly clear, no, I do not want to talk with you on the phone. He's just insisting. And then he said something like he was worried about me and Rachel, which I interpreted as passive aggressive. But when I talked to him, I think actually, or when Rachel talked to him, when I talked to him, I actually think it was referencing a stream from a time when Rachel was in a severe dopamine crash and blaming me for how she felt at that moment. And after that trip and that conversation, mushroom, Rachel was very apologetic about having having quote given ammunition and or induced legitimate concern incorrectly, like falsely. Um, so it may very well have been legitimate concern. Why he couldn't just type it into the chat instead of telling me on the phone, I do not know. I don't understand what that was all about. He even he even offered the risible explanation that his thumbs were tired or something like that. Like, oh, come the fuck on. You've been able to type all of these things telling me how you won't type it into the thing because your thumbs are tired, but you can't just say what you're talking about. And what he was talking about is he didn't think Rachel felt heard. So I asked him, well, do you think I'm not hearing her or I need to do a better job of hearing her? And he said, no. He paused and he said, no. I was like, well, then I don't know what there is to say. You want to talk to Rachel, not me, then. I didn't say that. I should have. Are we still high? I mean, we never really were high. I mean, he may have just been like occasionally stops by and lurks and doesn't say anything, and it could have been one of those times. It's hard to say. And yes, there may be parties attempting to sabotage me by disseminating my worst moments, but I don't care because Rachel and I are not defined by our worst moments as a couple. I'm not defined by my worst moments as a person. Neither is Rachel. And my worst moments aren't that bad. It's not like me hitting somebody, abusing anybody, etc. A hater's gonna hate, I guess. I I spent a lot of time since I started YouTubing trying to understand what motivates certain kinds of behavior. I have a difficult time understanding certain kinds of like a witness. I have a very difficult time understanding. Like, does he think that he's actually displaying some kind of love or advocacy for my well-being in some regard? Does he actually think that? Is he actually Christian? Is the whole thing just a character he's playing? Like, if so, what would possibly motivate somebody to do that? I just don't understand it at all. Will I be taking another hit? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, it's not like I struck her over the head with a rock because she was singing on top of me. All I did was let her take my Adderall, and she went too hard, and then she crashed so hard. She also, of course, I'm subject to this too, but she seems a lot more subject to it. Like, by and large, I know when I have feelings when I'm in dopamine crash that what's responsible for it is dopamine crash, not anything else. But Rachel's an NI user, and that's an SI explanation fundamentally. And she's super unconscious with SI, so it makes sense that she'd use her countervalued 6 slot FI instead. So, okay, what do you say we take the pot holders back inside the house? Is this still draining? No. Why did it stop? This tube's not long enough and it's not low enough, huh? Okay. We'll do that before we go inside. So Shannon might conceivably be a witness too. That's possible. A witness is kind of obsessed with drugs. Okay, we got it. Now, let's go plug in the phone a bit. Sit down, look at the TV for a minute. Drink a little water. I should probably eat a bite to eat. And make a frozen TV dinner. And then we can resume ponding and other tasks on our list of attainment. Whew. Very good to get some exercise. I still feel like I could have gotten more exercise than that, but I started breathing reasonably hard, so it's fine. That's what kind of exercise I'm looking for. Cardio makes me breathe hard. My arms, I actually try to heal cautious with them when I'm thinking about it, which I wasn't today, but because my elbow, this elbow especially, is like permanently kind of sore. If I don't do any kind of manual labor for a long time, then I start thinking it feels better, but as soon as I start doing anything that requires like yeah or yeah, then my elbow starts hurting again. It's not too bad, it's no big deal, but just old age doing its thing, I guess. I get this partial water and I'll get a full water. I have no drinks right now except water and coffee because I'm doing a good job of resuming and staying on my diabetic diet, which is to restrict sugars, carbs. That's it, sugars, carbs. Oh, you know what? I don't want to cook a TV dinner. I'll barbecue something. That's more fun. Barbecuing something's more fun. Whew. My body doesn't. I've got the diabetes. I still eat a little bit of carbs, it's kind of unavoidable. But like yesterday, I made for dinner, I made sausages, cheese, broccoli, sausages, cheese, broccoli, potato chips. There might have been something else on the plate, but then Roquefort dressing and mustard. So that's a good hearty meal. It's going to fill you up, but it doesn't really have any carbs in it except for a little bit in the potato chips. Okay, so leaning very heavily that Shannon is a witness. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter, right? It's not important. I may or may not. Smoking pot for me is like drinking coffee for other people. I don't really get especially high. It's kind of a habit. It does a little something to me biochemically, but not much. No, read the chat. Okay, I'll read the chat. But I thought you were telling me don't eat bread and stuff like that. I'm new here and I feel like I'm confusing Kimberly and Rachel, and I've heard them called pretty much every XFJ. And someone from chat clarified me. Kimberly was an ISFJ, Rachel's an INFJ. Let me read the chat. Okay, I'll read the chat. Starting from here, I wanted to show you the fight with Rachel because that's right up top. I understand, Victor, what you're saying. I rarely know what Eric is talking about. I am kind of a dum dum, but I enjoy Eric's channel. He vehemently tried to convince you he was right. Horse mumbler? About what? I don't even know what he was claiming to be right about. A witness is sick. Thank you, and ditto. Never doubt your street smarts, even in a room filled with nerds. The powerful idea that is typology goes to the idea that we all have different gifts. Thank you, Simple Girl. I do appreciate the channel. I really do. I've been watching almost 1 hour only because I'm interested and I know they are good people. Eric is very smart and he reminds me of a special person in my life. It makes me ill to think about all the twisted people who come in on alts. Definitely not me, though. I don't do that. Well, if you do, I never catch you, you know. Eric's very good people. Victor enjoys coming. Thank you, Simple Girl. I also like Eric. He's a very loving person. Thank you, Shannon. Simple Girl is not the same as either Shannon or Victor. Simple Girl is a real person. I remember my very first interaction with her. And you know what it was? She was scolding me maybe for cats being on the kitchen counter or just for the kitchen being dirty in general. I broke up with Kimberly a long time ago. She had BPD, which meant that she couldn't not be abusive to me. And all the same person, what does that mean? It means a person coming in on multiple alts, possibly right. You could do that in various ways. You could be here concurrently with different accounts by, say, running on two different computers, or by running the. Maybe that wouldn't work. I was gonna say by running YouTube in a sandbox, but maybe that wouldn't work. Actually, I don't know. I don't know that much about computers. I would love to smoke with you though. Okay, well that's fine. Um, I love watching you smoke. Okay, that's fine. I was suspecting you of being a witness, so I was a little bit like, don't start in with this stuff again. I'm in Slovakia today, and we eat ham, potatoes, cheese, duck, chicken, drink wine, vodka, deer, and life is good. Right on. Sourdough, they say, is good for you, least amount of sugar. Okay. All right, cool, Victor. We don't need to start voice verifying people. The thing is, regardless of what the name is, I'm dealing with people based on what they actually say in the chat. Yes, sometimes if there's some particularly uh, persistent pest like a witness, then they will they will cause enough of a ruckus that it'll cause me to suspect other people. And that maximally was the instance with that one guy who may have been Russian, which caused me to like ban actual people uh like Herolam. A witness was his name, is his username. He also went by Steve. Okay, my hands seem to be clean. I don't think I have any residual cat poop on them from when I picked it up outside accidentally. So okay, yeah, no, I get it that lots of stuff have carbs in it and I can't avoid them, but I also want to have as little stuff that, from what Fly Guy was saying, bread just converts directly into sugar in your stomach. But I don't know. Maybe bread's fine. Maybe bread is fine. And we do eat sourdough bread. We don't get regular bread. We get sourdough. I mean, we get regular bread if we get hamburger buns or hot dog buns. But if we just get bread, we always get sourdough. But if in fact carbs are fine for a diabetic diet, then I'll eat plenty of carbs. I guess I just need to avoid sugar, like candy, fruit juice, fruit, I guess. I could Google it, but I think if I did Google it, and I think it said, avoid carbs. But I do appear to have diabetes. I don't seem to be able to process actual candy kind of sugar very much at all. When I do eat sugary stuff, I have to get up and pee multiple times during the night. But when I don't, it's much more manageable. Okay. So does that mean like I should eat a few bites here and there throughout the day instead of all at once in a meal? I'm not listening to any doctors, Shannon. For questions like this, I can Google the answers. That's why diabetics carry a banana in case they crash. Or in case there's a need for a hilarious prop in some kind of a setup joke. Banana will probably do. Everything in moderation. Me, I said I'm diabetic. Because here's what happened. I went to go get some dental surgery. The dentist said he wanted to get me to get tested for diabetes first because that impacts how well I'll heal. And I was just like, fuck that noise. I don't approve of this dentist setting conditions on me before he does work that I'm paying him tens of thousands of dollars to do. But in the end, so I went away from that. But then I started trying to eat like a diabetic diet because I decided I was going to go back there and I was going to go get this test. And I implemented that diet. And then when I got tested, I was not diabetic. I was in the green area. So I was like, cool, I'm not diabetic. So then I started eating like I used to eat. And the same symptoms came right back. And now I stopped eating like that and the symptoms have gone away again. So it's clear as day. I am diabetic. And it makes sense because I have spent periods of my life where I absolutely fucking gorged on candy and cake and all kinds of stuff. So I may not be full on diabetic, but I definitely am at least pre-diabetic, quote unquote, insulin resistant or something like that. Yeah, I diagnosed myself. After all, I did get a diabetes test, and unlike a doctor, I have access to all the pertinent data. So who better to diagnose me than me? And it's not like doctors are smarter than me. They're all, by and large, they're idiots. Um, sure, it's their expertise, but this problem is not uncommon. I, it makes sense that I would have diabetes. I've kind of been in denial about it for a while, but I've done the empirical tests that are required, which is to say, I've tested with diet this way, without, with, without. It's clear as day. You know, probably pre-diabetic, whatever. You know. Which says, no, Eric, live, laugh, and love every day. I try to. Fuck Google. No, I like Google. Tomorrow is not promised. I know. I am mortal. I got a secret to share with you though. Going to the doctor doesn't make you live longer. Don't tell anybody. Yeah, I don't doubt that there might come a day when I need to be medicated for it. I don't believe I need to be medicated now because my diet seems to be an effective solution to the symptoms. And since I don't have symptoms, because when I do, I don't have symptoms enough to be like disruptive to me at all. When I am on diet, then obviously I don't want to be medicated for something that I don't need to be medicated for yet. It's not a good idea to arbitrarily take medication. Yeah, people die all the time. Sometimes, like with my mom, it's a good thing. Put her out of her misery. Jerking off makes you live longer because of evolution. Okay, I'll buy that argument. You gotta get that stuff out your body. It'll poison you from the inside out. What's that stuff? It's white and gooey. You gotta shoot it out your cock. Oh, why did you come on my face? Evolution. Evolution made me want to come on your face. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I evolved this way. That's the best way for humans to reproduce, you know, obviously. Well, because when I do this, some of it might splatter up into your vagina somehow and you'll get pregnant. Yeah, we do. Almost none of our intercourse results in babies. We evolved to fuck, but not to make babies. That seemed kind of weird. But I guess that maybe it's because I've punctuated equilibrium. We evolved to fuck, but not to have babies. It's not just bad luck. What should we record? It's not just bad luck. No, it's not just bad luck. When you get pregnant, it's dumb. The kind of thing that only someone super young, someone to E major. Okay, I'll start over the song. Here we go. It's a good song. I like it a lot. We evolved to fuck, but not to make babies. I shoot my cum all amok, but not in your uterus, lady. I wonder why we evolved to do the weird stuff we do. No. To do the weird stuff we where does that go? Well, to do the weird stuff we do. No. What chord is supposed to go there? It goes with that note. We evolved to fuck, but not to make babies. It's not just bad luck. If you get pregnant, it's more like scabies. Unfortunate what the ZF. Okay, thank you. Now I know. We evolved to fuck, but not to make babies. It's not just bad luck. When you get pregnant, it's like getting scabies. Yeah, we evolved to fuck, but not to make babies. And so bad luck is worse than getting rabies. And I tuck you into bed like scabies. But if you don't want to, then we won't have no babies. And indeed, even if you want to, we still won't have no babies. Because that's a lot of responsibility, and I'm almost 80. So if you insist that you want children, you should look elsewhere, I guess. 'Cause I'm not having no more babies, and that's the test. The test. We evolved to fuck. We evolved to fuck, but not to make babies, but not to make babies. We're all bad luck. Bad luck, and that's why we get scabies. If you run amok, shooting coming to ladies, then soon enough you might incur a whole lot of child support. I call that song "We Evolved to Fuck But Not to Make Babies." Fun stuff. I'm already saying it. It's probably already in your head. We evolved to fuck, but not to make babies. It's great. Okay. Style. What's that? You want some R&B? Okay. All right. If you say so. This is R&B, supposedly. Seems pretty slow, but maybe it's not. Hey, darling. Am I being too loud? Am I being too loud? Am I making too much noise? Do you want me to go away like all those other boys? Am I being too proud? Will you wish me ill? Do you think that I can't any longer run up that hill? Well, let me tell you, girl, I'm okay with that. I think that it's rad, and I think that that is also like Chad, who was my friend that I hit in the head with that rock. It was okay, 'cause he totally deserved it. He was singing over me, and I deserved to be the one singing, see, 'cause I sang first, and he started after I did. I guess my mom was mad at me, perhaps understandably, but now I can clearly see how I was just defending my friend. Oh sure, I guess it's not okay, but you know what? Fuck that guy anyway. It was my turn to sing, and he shouldn't have ring that bell, 'cause then I rung his bell instead. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, try another one. One more, two more maybe. Rock and roll. Hey, I like rock and roll. Oops, only pushed it 3 times. This is rock and roll? What? I said, what? A wiggity the what? Saturday night dance on the Fred Myers, the one they talked about. Sunday night I'm going to plantation down in the south to steal shutters, I said. Give me the shutters, I said. Give me the shutters. SSURMOUTH. Shut your mouth. No, I'm talking about shut plantation shutters. They got them down on the plantation, 'cause they know that if they don't, the cotton gin won't authentically be proven historically accurate. I pushed the wrong chord. That's okay. The other hot part of it is like this, though. Oh, that's right. It was a sunny Tuesday morning. Here, try this over here. It was a sunny Tuesday morning. Everyone was about. They said, "Hey Eric, what you doing here? Are you here to cause a ruckus, scream, and shout?" I said, "No, I'm here to tell you this little story, you see, while the beat plays under me, like I'm some sort of Bohemian bee, Bohemian, see? And that's why I decided to play this song." Fuck yeah, I'm gonna play this song for you, and then you'll see exactly what's true, and then you'll know that I'm not lying to you. This is, I've never gotten more value out of $50 than I've gotten out of this keyboard. I can't think of any $50 that has gone further in my life than the $50 I spent on this keyboard. I lived with no keyboard for my whole life. I mean, I had access to pianos on a couple of stretches in my life, so it's not true that I never had keyboard access. But hi, Blue Baron. I'm well, feeling fine, feeling good. I'm feeling like nature's biggest rock superstar. Now, I know it also had drum kits on here, you know. That's the voice. Okay. That's a low kick they got. Try a different kit. Studio kit too. Room kit. That's all that, but all the way down. Okay. Already tells you there's no more sounds. Where's the snares? Why is there no snares? I guess what's that snare? It's not a normal sounding snare. Let's try rock kit. Why don't you give me some normal sounding snares? That's awfully ringy. Is that even a snare? This is weird. Like, where's a nice snappy snare? must make all of the beats using these sounds. Wait. I don't understand it. How can they not have any snares? That sound like snares anyway. Like, that sounds kind of like a super ringy snare, but who wants that horrible sounding snare? It's a little better. So you really need to have, let's see, to do a drum beat on the keyboard in full, I have to go like, where is it? There. Yeah, this is hard. I could do it with my foot and two hands, but doing it with 3 fingers is hard. What's up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. And then another one to do the snare. That's impossible. I'd have to put them down one at a time, I guess. Percussion. Let's see if there's any snare sounds in percussion. Oh, that's vibes. Vibes are cool. Vibes are a cool sound. Boogie. Like, where's that snare sound? Did any of you hear that snare sound at any point? Right here. Okay, like this. Yeah. Here. Back up to that one. Yeah. This is why they call it boogie, huh? There's one. Way back in 1823, I met a lady who was down on her knees. She was digging in the dirt, looking for something. I said, hey there, madam, what you do? Are you trying to tie your shoe? And she's all, No, as you've already sung, I'm looking for something. I said, well, oh, what you looking for down in the grass? She said, none of your business, you stupid ass. Why don't you go mind your own business somewhere else? And I'm like, well, hell, I was just thinking I could help you look. And she turned around and gave me a shrug. She said, well, okay, I guess if you insist. That's one. That one. A. It was, didn't you reminded me of what you said? She said, go ahead and help me look them head. And I'm like, all right, I'll get down on my knees too and look. But you haven't answered a pretty important question, so what you're looking for down in the grass? Is it, I don't know, your wallet, a piece of glass, or perhaps a cell phone cover that just popped off? No, 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 that's not what I lost. I lost my diamond encrusted lighter toss. It decided accidentally fell out my pocket as I was tossing it around somehow, and now it has fallen down on the ground, and I'm gonna be like, fine, then help me to look for it. So I'm like, okay, lady, I'll help you look. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. I thought I pushed the ending button. I will go ahead and all right, now we're gonna read some chat, okay? We're gonna read some chat. We're gonna share with everybody said. Everybody who has something to say, we're gonna read the chat and see how it goes, okay? I'm 60 years, many young women are interested. They're interested in me. Oh yeah, OG. Thank God for Viagra, see, because I like to fuck all these women. That's what it's like. He says me to sing it. I'm not singing, but I'll write you the song because you like writing women and you can get along with them fine. Thanks to a pill that makes your penis harder than it otherwise would be. And that's why you, my friend, enjoy that product so much. I'm not chasing a relationship. I said, I am not. I'm not chasing a relationship. I said, no way, no, not. If one happens, then maybe I'll consider it. I'm happy it's alone, so I'm not dating. If you don't disagree with me, then you're waiting for something that's never going to happen, see. And let me tell you what. Are you ready? We're going to go back up and see what we have in the part above. Let's find out. Yeah. We're talking about Viagra. Talking about Viagra. I think what is the name of it? Sildenafil. You want me to sildenafil your lady parts with my super hot cock. You want me to sildenafil your lady parts with my super hot cock. You want me to Sit down and fill your lady pots. Watch me go to the pot. You want me to sit down and fill your lady pots. Uh-huh. 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 I didn't expect that. That kind of rhythm. Pretty slow, huh? Ruben R is a treasure. You're not wrong. National treasure, Ruben R. That's what he is. He drives his car. He's the national treasure. He's Ruben R. He's from San Antonio, far, far, far from here. He's Ruben R. He's the national treasure. If you don't know how to measure, you might determine him to be something else, but he's not, and that would make you wrong, of course. What else? Yeah, you two do not need my advice. You two do not need my advice. Why are you asking me for my advice? Are you right to think that I would have advice for you? I'm not inclined to advise. I'd instead like to devise some alternative lies. Here we go. Here we go. No, no, no. Bluegrass, huh? Oh, vibraphone. Simple as ever, bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, God damn it. The thing to remember is, I'm having some trouble with the autoplay chords. This isn't even me trying to play the chords. Ah, okay, here we go. Start again. Ready? And 1. Why is it so hard? God damn it! Do it right! There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. God damn it! Ah, it's okay, it's fine. I'm gonna do it this time. Nope, I'm gonna do it this time. I almost did it perfectly that time. So one more time. Here we go. Ready? So let's start. It's 4 things. Okay. Now we're gonna do it right perfectly this time. I did it. I did it. I successfully did it. That was hard to do. I'm sorry if you sat through that. I'm very sorry. That's called me tweaking out and not caring at all about the life. Yes, that's the kind of thing that I might enjoy doing sometimes, but I'm not here to tweak out on random shit like that. I indulge myself enough with the singing of the song. Doing that is just unacceptable. I am sorry. That's something one needs to do in private. Like, just like you know what. Though not for the same reason, really. All right, are we ready to go back out back? Oh, I need to eat something, right? Yeah. Eat something soft. This temporary fixed denture has broken, and accordingly, I mean, it's still in place and everything, but I need to be very careful when I eat so that I don't break it further. So I need to make myself something soft to eat. I think I'll have SpaghettiOs. Oh, thank you, Victor. I did eventually get it. Like the last time I did it basically right. So I got to the finish line at least. And 3/4 of stolen art ended up transited through a minimum of 3 countries, exchanged for goods including arms and gold. Recently, someone traded art for a restaurant chain in Slovakia. I mean, is art still worth money? It seems like it almost seems like we're beyond the days of admiring good paintings. Because at this point, image generation is so like instant and I guess user first. You know, you tell it what to do and it'll do it. It'll attempt it. Eventually, it's going to get quite good at it. And also, it might be the case that if I used better image generating apps, that I would have better luck with it. I was actually trying image generating stuff to make a video about ISTJs, which I never finished making. I kind of got stuck on it, I guess, because I was trying to have it make the amount of time I tried to spent trying to have it do this. I could have done it in easily multiple times and get myself, which I should have just done. I was just trying to have it make a box made of 4 boxes and have the word mia in the upper left box. Below it have word mia. In the upper right box have word mia. And in the lower right box have word mia. And it could not do it. It would put them in the wrong box or not have one of the words at all or have the wrong word. It just could not do it. I don't know what was going on with that. It was a gumption trap that kind of brought progress on that to a standstill. So right, food. Need to make food this fine. Unplug this again. I should just like, where's that thing? My portable power supply. Who knows? I don't see it anywhere. Over here. Maybe Rachel has it. No. It's not plugged in down there. Okay, well, that's fine. You know what? I'm going to bring the plug with me. I'll leave this here. That's just unnecessary. Now, we've got the ability to plug in the other room. Now, I know, that's what I was saying. I could have done it much more quickly and easily and GIMP than and I ultimately failed to do with the image generating things. But I was making a series of different kinds of images. So like I had successfully used. I was trying not to pay for any image generating service. So I was using like free ones and or the free amount of ones that you're allotted before you have to use premium or what have you. Perhaps I could have made it more. That's right, I was gonna barbecue something. Conundrums upon dilemmas upon conundra. So this is an excellent inky pinky. You'll already know the answer though, if I tell you right now, but I'll tell you. So I'll maybe use it again later. It's Frozen Turf Mysteries. The answer, of course. You tell me. We can throw away everything else that's on this plate. Not hardly anything left. What do they drink in Slovakia? They drink beverages, fly guy, just like any place else. What do you think? They drink sand? Just because you can pour sand doesn't mean you should drink it. Yeah, that's a stereotype. Those beverage drinking Slovakians. Everybody knows that. Like, you literally cannot walk down the streets of Slovakia without seeing everybody have a drink in their hand of some kind. A glass of milk, orange juice, wine, water, soda, any number of coffee options. Some of them even go Shanghai chic and drink corn juice. They have that for sale at the supermarket in Shanghai. I like to imagine that when they made corn juice, they take an ear of corn and one of those spinny things that you put oranges on, and they just push the corn down on that. I think that would be the most authentic artisan way to make corn juice. So I've cleaned up a little bit. I don't feel hungry at all, but I know I should eat something. These steaks, I need to either put in the freezer. So I'm going to put them in the freezer. I don't want to eat steak. Break those all leftovers. Put these away into the trash. Decisions. You know what? I don't want to barbecue. I'll cook something in the kitchen. We've executed one firm decision there. We've eliminated option barbecue. And accordingly, I think I'm going with something pretty special that I rarely make these days, but I love to make I like to eat anyway. I don't mind making it. I wonder if I should make some mac and cheese to go with it. Have you guessed what I'm going to make yet? Anyone guessed? I will tell you. Tuna melt. Yep, tuna melt. Rarely make it, but do buy tuna in order to make it. Yes, I feel bad with the tuna. Yes, it's inconsistent with my general practice of trying not to eat animals that we don't raise for the purpose of eating. But I'm doing it anyway. Nobody raised these tuna that I'm going to eat, but I'm going to eat them anyway. You know what I think speaks well of humanity, kind of, is the fact that so many people, when they go on Naked and Afraid, they're first timers, like I say, a genuine OG style Naked and Afraid episode, which they still have occasionally, but they're interspersed with like super fan episodes or Legends episodes, which are also fine. You know, they're basically the same idea, but the OG one brought 2 new contestants in every week to go be in the wilderness for 21 days, naked and afraid, right? Those, I think, are the best ones. But regardless, you so often see in these episodes when people kill something for the first time, they're like horrified by it. I think that speaks well to people. Like they cry a bunch and they feel super bad, and it's like it leaves a psychic scar on them in some way, you know? Or a wound, I guess, in the moment. Maybe or maybe not persists as a bad memory. Certainly I have a bad memory about a snake that, well, I won't burden you with it, but anyway, it involved me witnessing suffering, and I didn't like to see it, obviously. What is that stuff? Oh, it's egg. It's a little bit egg. That's fine. Okay, we're going to get the tuna now. Fly Guy has had it. He apparently, you know, when I make things, I like to pretend I'm teaching people how to make them. So, I mean, I am teaching people how to make them. But often I'll teach people how to, like, do super obvious things, like make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But, this one's a little bit more involved, I guess. I guess, you know, just because I'm not a chef or a cooking channel doesn't mean I can't be teaching people how I make something. It's not instruction on how to be a good chef or anything, so. Sure, I may have only one person who actually, you know, either wanted to learn that, or more properly, probably felt glad that he did afterwards if he enjoyed the tuna melt. That's Fly Guy. I'm sure I seriously doubt anybody else has made any things I make, because most of the things I make, there's not like a recipe, it's just like rice and broccoli or barbecuing a piece of meat. And I might teach people how I make rice, But people will probably correctly say that I should get a rice cooker. I've gotten that comment multiple times before. I should get a rice cooker. Not a terrible idea, but I don't know. My rice always comes out, either perfect or definitely good enough. It never comes out all soggy. It never comes out all burnt. Sometimes it comes out a little drier and sometimes a little wetter. But I'm better at cooking one cup of rice than 2 cups of rice, and that is because don't quite have everything the numbers down as well as I do for 1 cup of rice. 2 cups of rice, you have to cook it a little bit longer. And I think last time I cooked 2 cups of rice, it came out a little underdone for my taste. But I'm kind of a well-cooked rice guy. Okay, it does feel as though I'm now hungry, so good time to make a tuna melt. Got a can of tuna. I don't think Rachel wants tuna melt, but I could ask her. Yeah, as I suspected, she doesn't want it. And who can blame her? After all, tuna is fish. And normally, of course, fish is gross. But not today, Satan. I'm going to make it extra special good today. I think it's talking to her mom. On the P-home. Okay. Let me cut this end off. I'll use this for compost stuff. Now, I kind of want a lot of onion in here. So obviously, the goal with tuna melt is to have it taste delicious and also not at all like fish or like tuna even, but to have it taste good instead. So push this little piece back in. There you go. Put this one back in here. Tuna melt in the park. I guess it was the 4th of July. People meowing, people meowing, people saying meow meow. I like the first part of that, not only the Saturday in the Park part, but that people meowing part, I never liked that part. I always thought, oh, that part's terrible. Now I think, yes, it's super dorky, but, I certainly remember it. I sang it a lot. It's not like I ever listened to the song either. I absolutely never listened to that song. But I still sing it a lot. So, who's laughing now, huh? They are. Their indisputable victory. I'm going to cut these up real small. I'm going to sweat them a bit in some butter, I think. Chop, chop, cut, cut carefully. You don't want to chop your fingers, see. That would be sad and bad and bad. And then you wouldn't want to finish cooking. Okay. I've got 2 tickets to paradise. You know what I'm thinking about doing? When it's time to form, it's broke, so you reach for a pill. Desensitized. I mean, I used to be of the mind that it was good for you to evacuate that part of you every day. I feel now like, oh, I'm not attending to my prostate health by not having sex often enough. Let's put the butter first. Let me get the butter going in this pan. Well, that's another thing that was affected by the bad diet. If I was like just eating whatever, getting ice cream and eating candy and stuff, it seemed to kill my libido. That one, I was a little slow to pick up on that symptom. I just thought, oh, I just guess I'm not as raring to go as I used to be. But I noticed a return of libido when I made a dietary change. I suspect they're related. So, for that reason, if no other, that was actually probably the main reason when I realized that, like, oh, okay, I really have to stick to this because I don't like my sex drive being negatively affected. It's already easy for me to be just completely not physical. I'm not really a like hugger and like I'm not a toucher of my partner just randomly unless we're actually like hugging or having sex or something. I'm not very touchy in that fashion. And it's easy for me to just kind of forget about the whole world of physicalities like that in certain moods. You know, it links for me to SI a lot too. The less I'm attending to my SI, like having a kind of a regular daily rhythm, etc., then less likely to want to have sex or think about it. It's not like I don't want to, it's like it doesn't occur to me really. We're going to cook those onions up in that butter there. This is nice and on diet for my denture issue as well because it's soft. It'll be soft by the time you eat it. Alright, now, well, actually, let me just do this first. I'm going to stir those up a little bit. Stir, stir, stir goes the trolley. Clang, clang, clang goes the drum. Amen. You know, I think I need to talk to the dentist because he said something that concerned me in the last thing. And I I've got a good solution for it if I'm interpreting what he said correctly. Because he's like, look, your denture's broken too, so try not to eat on the right side at all because it's locked into the implant, and if you put too much pressure on it, since it's just one implant supporting it, then it might bend it. And I wish I had talked to him. I wish I had asked him about it in the moment more, but I guess I needed to think about it. That's what TI tool is gonna do a lot of times, is not respond in the moment, think about it. So anyway, my first question is, if it's already fixed to the implants, why didn't you just put the final product in onto the implants? Why even have this fixed denture on that's also on the implants? I always thought that the reason you couldn't put it in was because you couldn't put pressure on the implants yet. But second of all, if in fact keeping the right half of the denture in endangers that implant, then let's take the right half of the denture out, and I'll just make do with half a denture. Here. I've been like that for plenty of years. Anybody around here knows my teeth have been an issue, so I'm fine with it. Given it's just too much, but see, I was actually. I'll talk to him about it. I don't know. It's like I don't get it. I don't get this whole like. So it's fixed because it's already attached to the implants? Is that how they do it? I don't know, man. Alright, so I'll put a little white wine in here. Okay. I'm going to go for just a second longer. Now we're going to turn it off while we prep out the other ingredients. Now I get that the bone needs to heal around the implant, so I thought these dentures accordingly were fixed there with some kind of cement on my gums and not actually attached to the implant so that the implants could have time to heal. But what he told me when I went there last time is that I have to be super careful with chewing on the right side which is the only side I have any way to chew, because now only one implant is supporting it. Well, I don't get it. I'm confused. So I need to talk to him about this and discuss the possibility of maybe getting this half just taken out and just letting this part heal as long as it needs to, and then leaving this half in, I guess. It's not what I want to do, but I more don't want to damage the implant. Oh, I forgot to save the tuna juice for the cats. Too bad, cats. No tuna juice this time. So I was closing away all the tuna juice as best I could to give it another little squeeze, possibly. any more drops of juice. It's good to get all the juice up. Okay, now I've gotten it all up. Now we're gonna get, oh gosh, I don't know. How about bigger than we need. This is what I was looking for. Okay. I use this to just get all this out of here. Because it's all pushed down, so it's not going to just fall out. See how dry it is? Because I pushed all the juice out. Okay. This goes in the trash. Now we're going to prep the last ingredient. Which is Queso de America. And what cheese is more American than cheddar? Invented by America in the year 1776. Cheddar cheese is America's cheese. You get a slice from here. And I'll use a couple of these little things actually. I want a decent amount of cheese in there. There's no reason to under cheese your tuna melt. It's called a melt for a reason. Something has to melt, you know. You can melt ice, but you can't melt tuna. That's why I need this cheese. Get out of there, you scoundrel. There. Now I need to cut this into smaller pieces. As small as can be. Get off of there, you. Chop, cut, cut, chop. Slice. Sever and bifurcate. Cut up my cheese pretty small. You know, a more optimal way of dealing with this kind of thing would be to have a large block of cheese and a grater, but that's just not our set of operations here. Now we've got everything we need except for this. Maybe I could use two and this. Okay. We got oregano, as some people say. Do some people really say oregano? Or is it just like in the movies? We got some pepper, we got some garlic powder, got our cheese, our onions, wine, and butter mixture is already in there. Oh, we need to get bread out. Don't forget about bread. You cannot make a sandwich without bread. Thank you. Alright, let's put this on, 400 or so. 445 is fine. Get hotter faster maybe. Stir this around. Alright, let's get the cheese in there. Actually, let's put this in first. A little bit of oregano. Maybe a little bit more, just for kicks. Just for shits and giggles. Just make this one a little oregano heavy.
So my mom's house reminds us that, well, let me know that the Oscars are on.
Right now?
Apparently it's for like 3:30.
What time is it?
3:17.
Okay, well, we can turn it on if you want. If you want to see the red carpet or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We're supposed to. We don't need to watch the event to do the series. Or you can.
What do you want? Yeah, sure. I'm just cooking a sandwich here. I think I might need to make 2 sandwiches out of this, actually. Looking like a fairly sizable pile of mush stuff. I'm going to get 2 more pieces of bread. Which will also give Rachel an opportunity to change her mind if she wants a sandwich. Well, I'm making 2 sandwiches. If you don't want one, I'm going to eat both. We gotta stir up the tuna mush. The tuna mush. There we go. No, I can make some, but okay, cool. I was gonna say after I'm done with this. Get off of there, melty cheese. Melty cheese, oh melty cheese. Get off of my wooden thing. What do you call this? Is this a spatula too? Even though it doesn't have a bend in it? Probably. Let me just call this a spatula too. I guess basically like all food pushers qualify as spatulas. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Let's turn down the fire for a second. Turn it off for a second. I'm going to get... Silver, huh?
Yeah. And I thought feathers came to mind.
Looking good.
Oh man, that bulging thing out of her chest is just unfortunate. What an ugly thing.
Trouble smells the tuna, and he wants some. Well, little mister, that tuna is not for you. Unfortunately, I forgot to save the tuna juice for you guys. Alright, so what am I doing right now? I guess I just, oh right, I guess I was gonna, I don't know, I think I was gonna do something specific. I just put these things away, give the bread a little bit more time to toast.
What a beautiful day.
Yeah, it's gorgeous outside.
Okay, so I'm guessing sheer. I saw a lot of sheer on the runways, like the fashion runways.
Uh-huh.
Black is gonna be, and sheer, let's see.
Okay. Please, I'm gonna come back with me. So, that's good enough. They're not toast, but they're, heated bread. This one's got a little bit of toast to it. Okay. Alright, fine. I give the rest of this to the cats. Trouble over here. I don't know if you want it, but there it is. Capilla right here. Right here, baby. Come on, sweetie. There. It's right there. It's right here, Trouble. Here. See? There it is. If you don't like it, it's got onions and stuff in it, then it's TFB. Just the T to the F to the B. I think I will get a couple of chips too. I know they're hard for me to get. Let's get a couple of them. I could get a pickle too.
I will say it is refreshing. Silver again, yes. Or mermaid style. I did say mermaid style would be popular. This is different.
I'm gonna do this on one of the sandwiches. For kids. Just for shits and giggles. I think I'll have some of this California unsweetened iced tea. I don't know if it's from California or not, actually. What are you doing here?
Oh, that's ugly.
I wonder if some celebrities like go to their appearance coordinator or whatever it's called and say, I want to make some fashion mistakes tonight. Just blow this whole thing up.
Feathers! Ow! I'm like doing pretty well for my predictions.
As in, like, no bad press better than no press, man. You think people intentionally look bad sometimes?
What?
You think people?
Sure, but like, well,
I mean, come back for the camera. This is too hard to do with.
it makes me think of like York, right? Like, was she intentionally trying to look bad? But she should think the swan dress looked good.
She thought that she was being creative. That's like a totally different thing.
Okay.
She's not dressing with the same frame of reference as the other people. Okay. Kitchen. I know you're not completely all the way cleaned up, but you're pretty close.
I can hope.
No, it's fine. It'll be fine. Clean that.
Yes, blue again for the guys. Okay, so blue, I'm predicting blue tuxes and green, like forest green tuxes for guys.
Okay, I'm going to
Double screen it.
double screen it so I get the chat and the little part down here, over here, and then the Oscars in the other half. Do you feel like the perception of time moves faster as you age? It's like moving faster and faster? Yeah, kind of in some ways, yes. But in other ways, not so much. It's true that, when you're a little kid, a year seems like a super incredible long time. And now it does not seem like such a long time to me. Um, Time's interesting. Like, when you're doing things where you don't want to be doing, what having to wait for something and you're feeling impatient, a little bit of time will still seem to take a long time. Just as it always has, like time flies when you're having fun. Time creeps when you're feeling bad.
Do you think that like for instance, like me, like I find like going to a restaurant and like just being by myself to be very difficult. Like I feel like I need to pull out my phone. It's hard for me to be just be and wait.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of like attentional instant gratification things.
Yeah.
So I guess one of the things I'm going to do tomorrow is call the dentist.
What are you gonna call about?
I've got some questions about something he told me last time that I had to think about before I knew what questions to ask, I guess. That is so good. You want a bite?
Sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. The bread's nice too.
A shoulder is never the same once it's been cried on. Hold that for a second.
I'm so sorry to hear about that simple girl.
I don't think she's talking about her own shoulder.
She was explaining how she fell off a horse, or it sounded like she had an accident.
If I were she, I wouldn't say I fell off the horse. I'd say a horse fell off from under me.
That's good. Collided with a telephone pole while on a horse. Oh my god.
Well, I guess the horse was trying to be like a car, crashing into a telephone pole. Maybe she like just rounded a corner and they just saw the brand new telephone pole, and the horse is like, "Wait, where did this come from?"
Mm. It's not. The red thing is like too distracting. I like the combination of the pink.
Yeah, that pink red thing. I agree. The red was too much, but conceptually it was fine. I think.
It's a little retro.
Yeah, that guy's
No.
that lady's wearing.
Too much.
That's called periwinkle.
I think more lavender, lilac, lavender.
Lavender lilac. What do you see? I see periwinkle. Now that's red, and it's fine. It's a little leg showy.
Oh.
What? Galactic Council for sure. Who is that? Audrey Nuna? Nuna? Audrey Nuna's Galactic Council outfit is absolutely ridiculous. That looks like 1957 to me.
Yeah. You know, I was wondering if Butter Yellow was gonna make an appearance because it was popular last year, and I guess it made a transition into this year too. Oh my gosh, no!
Look at my diamonds. Diamonds by me.
There's just too much going on.
I couldn't quite track it all actually real time. Like you're saying, there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, so the green things.
They're not necessary.
Like, how do those green things qualify as clothing at all? Are they there to keep the part of her arm between the elbow and the wrist warm?
For real.
Are those gloves? Are they?
To me, they're decorative.
They're ridiculous, is what they are.
Oh, it's her armpit sweat catcher. Yeah. They're doing a little bit of multitasking with multi screens. Oh no. Someone said they wanted to see people dandied, and that guy,
Aziz Aziz or something?
yeah. Oh, no, not him. The one that they're interviewing right now.
Hmm. Oh. It should just have that one black thing on her boob and get rid of the other two.
And it would have been fine if it was gathered. The gatherings are pretty, but it doesn't need the black. I mean, that's just. There's nothing to comment. Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Is that Spike Lee?
Spike Lee!
Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't like Spike Lee.
I don't either, but like.
I do not. I'm not a Spike Lee fan. Alright, well, let's see if we can. Meow yourself, mister. We can get his full. He's got a purse, a purple bow tie, a purple hat, and his purse is made out of gold cassettes.
Plus a ballerina and like. I don't know what that
Okay,
is.
that neck going down to her waist is ridiculous. I already gave you some trouble. Get away.
It looks like she's gonna pop out of it.
Yeah. It's weird looking.
I don't like it.
Mm-mm.
It's like too many things. It's like.
That girl looks nice.
She does look nice.
Let's look at Pinky here, or Peach. She's a real Georgia peach.
Oh, that is peach. That's nice.
It's very bridesmaid.
Voluminous.
Don't you think it makes her look like a bridesmaid?
It does.
I think Elle Fanning looks better.
Elle Fanning does look better.
She's the sentimental value, apparently. Joe Alwyn, that tie is terrible. Just get rid of it, please.
Tie is terrible.
All right, this lady.
Wig.
Oh, look at her. It's Kristen Wiig. She looks fine. So I don't like it at all, actually. But
I don't either.
I do like Kristen Wiig, but I don't like that at all. I'm sorry.
No, I like Kristen Wiig too, and I
There's
don't.
Elle Fanning again if you want to see it. Somebody who looks nice.
She looks like a princess.
Oh my goodness.
I think she's pregnant, so like.
No, I mean she obviously is because she's holding her stomach like that. This, I'm wrapped in flimsy bunting. You are wrapped in flimsy bunting. Alicia Silverstone. Oh yeah, I recognize that lady. Here we go. You can see she's chosen a poor dress. And so has, let me see the whole thing, but
I really don't like the top
yeah,
thing.
it's quite ridiculous.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, actually.
Quite ridiculous. Here comes Stellan Skarsgård. Sounds like a name I'd make up. His name was Stellan Skarsgård. You'd love to learn more about typology. Well, we do talk about it periodically.
That's Elle Fanning, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what it said.
Yeah.
Elle Fanning.
She looks good, and she looks healthy, man. Like, it's really nice to see flesh.
And that's is that Carson Daly or Ryan Seacrest?
No, I don't think it's either of them.
No, it's gotta be. Who is that guy? Who is this guy, everybody?
I'm telling you, it's neither.
It's gotta be either Carson Daly or Ryan Seacrest.
Not.
It has to
It's
be.
really not. I love you.
I love you too, darling. Chelsea Winstanley, chair of the Indigenous Alliance, huh? I agree. Talking to fans people should be on the red carpet.
Oh, yeah.
We would look nice. I'd be in my Galactic Council outfit.
Ooh. Now, should I wear like opposite of Galactic Council? Like maybe like everything ripped up. You know, have it like be like lace, but like tore. Like you know how you hate those sweaters that have holes in them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go Galactic Council. I go. Just ran through a forest and got all my clothes ripped up.
Right. You know, it's barely escaped Blair Witch.
Yeah.
Let's add some tufts of torn newspaper to this.
Okay, to both of us?
So yeah, well, and our commentary would be, don't let the movies become like newspapers.
Oh.
I don't like the way either of those people are dressed either. I don't like that match of black and, I guess you call it maroon or burgundy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there is some amount of jargon, and in some videos I'm talking to people who I assume have a basic fluency with the jargon I'm using and stuff, and that can be confusing to people who aren't familiar with it.
My mom was looking. She wanted us see when we wanted to get tickets for the game, and I was like, we're good for whenever. So she said this month we'll get the tickets.
Okay. It's not like a super complicated idea or anything. It's just a shift of a frame of reference that most people are locked into a different way of understanding, I guess, humans. And cognitive functions are really just ways of saying different ways of paying attention. And just like in a fight, you can maybe punch, or you could kick, or you could kick and punch at the same time even, but you can't both kick both legs at the same time.
Okay, so I like that. It's simple.
Yeah, that's classy.
Yeah. Brown.
I don't oppose this
I don't
outfit.
oppose it either. No, Conan's wife.
Conan's wife looks like she's gonna say, "Warriors, come out to play."
Right?
They go like, "We'll go back. Don't worry, I'm not gonna let you miss it."
They're really speeding through.
Yeah, they do not give you much time on each celebrity. I mean, you go like this. Conan's wife, check it out. She's got on a chainmail or something.
Yeah, she's like, my man's the host.
It's like some kind of bondage outfit. This, I do declare, I've got my feathers. I could do a little dance for you.
Didn't you say you're not a fan of feathers?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of feathers. I mean, not like that anyway. If somebody had a single, like a subtle bit of feathers and accent somewhere, it could potentially work, fine, but
they're really speeding through, man.
Yeah, they are really speeding through. That lady's outfit is terrible.
Terrible.
Amy Madigan? Amy Madigan, have some common sense. Why would you wear this ridiculous outfit? Oh,
It's feathers too?
They're not showing it anymore.
I was wrong about the color for men. Brown is really
It's pretty nice looking, but I wish you. What is this?
I don't know.
Where's the middle part of your shirt?
It's not there.
Look, I don't have any middle part. This lady also doesn't. Oh,
Damn, it's too fast.
there. I could slow it down a little bit and put it on like 0.75 speed or something. I'll pause it. I said pause.
I agree. Like, Conan should wear a chain thong harness with a tuxedo top to match his wife.
So like right now, we're paying attention to what they look like, but we're not paying attention to their words.
No, we're not.
So
That's okay, right?
no, yeah, I'm just trying to segue to explain different ways of paying attention, you know.
Oh, I see. You're demonstrating.
So this guy's outfit is terrible. Anyway, when we look at somebody's outfit and know that it's terrible, we're using our intuition. There's pretty much no way to pass these kind of aesthetic judgments using any other function. So,
She looks like Biggie Smalls.
what is that outfit though?
I'm not sure.
Why?
And it's just not. That's Tom Hanks' wife. She looks nice.
What kind of a thing is this person is wearing? I don't even know what I would call that. A muumuu, I guess?
It is like a muumuu with a long jacket. It is like a muumuu. Like I said, she's space. This is too. I don't like the collar.
It's like excessively Art Deco. You don't really think of Art Deco being done excessively, but that's it. It's like cyberpunk plus Art Deco. I don't like it. It's got too many lines on it.
This?
Yeah, this brown thing.
Yeah, I don't like the brown either.
I mean, I don't mind brown, but this one has too many lines on it.
I don't like the choker. It's a miss.
I hadn't noticed the choker.
So I'm giving it a 6.
Yeah, that's about right for that one. 6. Did I show everybody this one? It's about a 6.
To emphasize her uterus. Wow, I was really off base with the dudes. There's a lot of brown.
You like the lines that emphasize her uterus. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's Rachel.
Hi.
There's Wunmi Masaku. And then we've got this lady.
Oh, wow, that's fur. Or is that feathers again?
She's going with kind of a general 101 Dalmatians feel, I think.
Yeah.
But instead of Dalmatians, there's zebras. Down here we see some other action coming. Somebody in a blue suit. This lady, Sigourney Weaver, I know her.
Oh.
She's got on something. It's not very good, I don't think.
No, it needs some opening.
There's Kate
All right,
Hudson.
Kate Hudson.
It's
really not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm not a huge fan of the peplum spacey look.
Peplum spacey?
Yeah, like it's peplum because it goes out.
That's what peplum means?
And then spacey because it's very
Oh,
structured.
it does look like outer space outfit
Yeah.
too.